so far? You guys here for most of the day or just a couple hours? In case anybody's slinging rocks or baseballs, let's come back. Yeah. That is not something anybody needs.
It's the third time, and they're trying to add hate crimes to it to hold on to them.
Are they trying to add? Because I was here yesterday, and are they going to add terroristic threats too? Because I know he's threatening to shoot the place up.
To add hate crimes also.
Oh, okay.
But it's the third time.
Yeah, I remember he was here a couple weeks ago. Just curious. So.
It's been like 3 times in 2 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, my buddies at Fox Security told me it's like, oh my god.
I think it's his medication because after the second time, I think he comes here, but he doesn't bother nobody. Yeah. And then I guess his medication will roll. That's what happened again yesterday.
Well, someone set him off yesterday. I'm trying to talk to him. Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Someone set him off yesterday. That's what did it. Because he was over there originally. Someone said something to him, and it's like.
He's fine with the false.
Yeah.
He doesn't like other people's colors. Because he went up on Spanish people, he went up on white people.
Yep. I was one of them. So. Thanks for being out here, guys. I appreciate it.
do my hits, I'll be moving this camera. It's just for the front of the building.
No problem, man. It's all good. She's gonna be here, that's all. So
You
she's gonna be right where the stand is. Down this road right here, keep going down. I'll show you where it is. There's a place called Civic Deli. It's got some good stuff. It's got like a little buffet spread. done feeding? Done feeding?
Yeah, I called him.
You can say Jack.
Federal court, an alleged victim and drug dealing friend of Cassie is back for more grilling from Diddy's lawyer. That's coming up.
He had a hit. Something get 12 away.
12 white tees and then 12-10 hit. Right now, some legal experts are saying that at this point in the trial, the fourth week, the prosecution witnesses are making plenty of headlines with their allegations, but they're wondering if they're actually proving this RICO sex trafficking case. Yeah, that was what she did. That was the shade roll. All right, let me just kind of memorize this so that I can keep it going during the deal. But thank you. Right now, some legal experts are saying that at this point in the trial, the fourth week, the prosecution witnesses are making plenty of headlines with their allegations, but they're wondering if they're actually proving this RICO sex trafficking case. This morning, Diddy accuser Juliana Battaglia made her way into federal court for a second day of cross-examination. Yesterday, she claimed on the stand that Sean Diddy Combs dangled her over a 17th floor balcony and rushed her over a 17th floor and pushed her into furniture. This morning, Diddy's defense lawyer is pushing back on that. Banglan is testifying under an immunity deal. We know why that was critical. We now know why that was so critical. Diddy attorney Nicole Heins, who on camera captured voting at the courthouse this morning, sliced up her testimony on the stand like a sushi chef, even getting her to contradict her original statements to prosecutors. Juliana Battaglia, a longtime friend of Cassie, has been described as a stylish this morning, Diddy accuser Juliana Battaglia was back on the witness stand for a second day of tough cross-examination. Yesterday, she claimed on the stand that Sean Diddy Combs dangled her over a 17th floor balcony and pushed her into furniture. Today, she's getting pushback from the lawyer. She's testifying under an immunity deal, and we now know why that was so critical. Diddy attorney Nicole Westmoreland, who our camera captured going into the courthouse this morning, sliced up her testimony on the stand like a sushi chef, even getting her the
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and thank you for joining us here on our live show of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial, our live coverage, day 17 of this trial. Racketeering, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. Those are the charges that the rap mogul is facing, and very interesting testimony happening right now in court. They had a late start today, so I say that because I know all of you look forward to hearing from Elizabeth Milner, our Law and Crime reporter who's in that courtroom. We may or may not get her. I mean, the court's the schedule's a little off today, but if they do take a break and Elizabeth can come outside, we're going to get up here as soon as possible. But what we are going to do is take your questions for the next hour and a half or so about not only today's testimony, but about this case in general. There is a lot to break down, and I have to talk about what's happening right now. So what we have is Juliana Battaglia back on the stand. This is somebody who testified yesterday. This is somebody who testified about being dangled off of a 17-story balcony by Sean Combs. And in case you were curious about why this is relevant, it may go to the pattern of violence towards women that the prosecutors are saying is part of the racketeering charge. But they also say that if Cassandra Ventura, victim one in this case, was aware of this happening, right, then this goes to the coercion aspect of sex trafficking, that she was induced into participating in non-consensual freak-offs with commercial sex workers because of this environment she was around, the violence she was around, the threats she was around, that this can never be consensual because look at the violence, look at what she had to deal with. So that's a very interesting way to articulate it, and we heard a little bit more about it earlier today, but she is being cross-examined, Ms. Battaglia, today by Nicole Westmoreland. And I got to tell you, this is some tough cross-examination. So not only are they talking about drugs that, she might have been taking or drugs that she might have been supplying to Cassie or Combs, but this is really important. They say that 2 weeks after she claims Combs dangled her off a balcony, there is a text message where she seemingly wanted to know if Sean Combs wanted a sweatshirt, that she texted this to Cassie, that it's a strange thing, right? They also questioned her civil suit that she filed against Sean Combs and whether it was replete with inaccuracies and statements that weren't true regarding sexual assaults, that she actually fired her former attorney Tyrone Blackburn and had to hire new counsel. There was a text message from Sean Combs that she was confronted with where he allegedly sent to Juliana Battaglia, if you're going to do K with her, presumably meaning ketamine, with Cassie, if you're going to do K with her, at least have her back. Is that the statement of a sex trafficker? Well, let's talk about it. I'm here with an all-star panel. I'm joined by Prosecutor Barrett Berger, Tyler Bailey, criminal defense attorney, civil rights attorney, and also Rich Schoenstein, litigator, with me here in studio. It's great to have you all here. Rich, I'll start with you. How bad is this cross-examination? It's very consistent with what we've heard of how they've gone after Dawn Richard, how they've gone after Cassie, how they've gone after Mia. It's what they have to do. It makes me feel, once again, this is not a clean case for the prosecution.
Yeah, it is more of the same. So first of all, the part about her civil suit is bad because that calls into doubt her veracity and her truth-telling. The fact that she had things in her civil suit that may not have been true, even if some attorney that she later filed put it there, it's her responsibility. So that's bad just in terms of the credibility of the witness. Then you have this issue that really is a theme of the case. Is this abuse, or are these all willing participants? Yes, she got dangled off a building, but she seems to have gotten over it and didn't mind very much. And that's essentially, I think, what the defense is saying. These are all people who played together. They did drugs together. They had sex together. Sometimes it got a little violent, but they were all willing participants.
Right. Yeah, the defense is not running away from the fact this might be domestic violence and incidents that may be different from what a casual viewer may look at. But the question becomes, is this sex trafficking? Is he the leader of a criminal enterprise? Barrett, let me go to you on this. I'm going to read you a little bit of a court update. One of the reasons I love doing this live show is because we are getting real-time updates from court. There's no cameras, there's no audio equipment, but we're getting real-time reporting so we can break it down in real time. So Nicole Westmoreland, Sean Combs' defense attorney, asks Battaglia, you remember the Bad Boy reunion tour? You started on it but didn't complete it? Maybe one or two. September 25th, 2016, the tour was at the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. True? I'm not aware, not so sure on dates. He was on stage with Lil' Kim? I don't know. And at the Harlem Salute to Achievement. There's an objection, there's a sidebar, continues. Is this the Trump International Hotel stay of Frank Black, which is apparently a pseudonym from Sean Combs, includes September 26, 2016 in-room breakfast for $231, you see? Bongola responds, yes. You agree one person can't be in two places at the same time. Hard to say. You told the jurors Mr. Combs injured you in L.A. on September 26, 2016, correct? May we have a sidebar? This is from the prosecutor. Judge says, yes, you may. Is that a problem regarding her testimony?
I mean, it could be. I want to see how the cross actually plays out and what her answers are to some of these questions. I mean, to me, it seems like very fair cross-examination. If there's anything that the defense can do to try to poke holes in her credibility, they absolutely should. Now, if I'm the government, what can you fall back on here? Probably the biggest is, okay, does this witness, let's say it's true that he actually was in this hotel and wasn't with her. Is this a witness that perhaps has the incident correct, but maybe is off by, a day or two on her dates? Fine. Is that something that we can all understand? Absolutely, particularly when you're talking about events that happened, back in 2016. But it's totally fair cross-examination. It'll be interesting to see, how the prosecution responds to it. But all this goes to credibility and her ability to be a reliable narrator here.
Tyler, I'm going to give you two questions because they're basically the same. One is from Wonderful. If KK testifies, this is Christina Quorum, this is Sean Combs' purported former chief of staff. If KK testifies, do you think her testimony will bring forth more victims of Diddy's horrific acts? And this is one from Lotus Flower. Is KK going to get full immunity if she testifies, or will they just reduce her possible sentence? So the two questions here. Do you think she's going to get full immunity if she testifies, or get a reduction in sentence, assuming she's a co-conspirator of some kind? And do you think her testimony is going to bring forth more victims of Diddy's horrific acts or alleged horrific acts?
I think anything's possible. She could be granted immunity. She could cut some type of deal with the government. It's still too early to tell. Ultimately, we'll probably find out either after this trial or if it comes out during cross-examination. And then whether she'll be the one to bring up additional victims, I see that unlikely. I think the government's better bet would be actually calling these victims as witnesses in this case, like they have done throughout this entire case, bringing those victims to the stand and having them tell their stories. So I think KK could corroborate some victim testimony and maybe location and aspects of how Diddy ran his enterprise, but I don't see this being a situation where she's, giving hearsay testimony about what Diddy did to other victims who have not come into play in this case yet.
And by the way, we have a sidebar coming out later tonight where we actually talk about what immunity is, all the times that it's been mentioned in this trial. I mean, who's been granted immunity, what that says about the case, why those witnesses wanted or needed immunity. So I hope everybody can go check that out. It'll be up on Law&Crime's YouTube page later tonight. Okay, litigator here. Let's talk about it. Okay, Rich. So obviously, I mentioned there's an issue about whether Tyrone Blackburn, who had represented apparently Ms. Bongolan in her lawsuit, had represented Rodney Jones. The question is, were there problems in that lawsuit? Were there allegations that weren't true? Well, Danny asks, can lawyers face any legal consequences when they include information in a lawsuit that didn't happen?
Sure. Lawyers are bound by rules of the court and rules of ethics. In federal court, there's something called Federal Rule 11. You have to have a good faith basis for the allegations you make in a pleading. But I will tell you, it is rare that lawyers get punished. Usually what happens is the complaint gets dismissed or it gets corrected. There's usually repercussions in the course of the lawsuit. It is a rare circumstance where a lawyer gets punished. But in theory, yes, there are rules of court and there are ethical rules about what an attorney can and should put in a court document.
And that has come up a lot during the course of this case, that you can't file frivolous litigation. You can't file claims that are not backed up by the facts and the evidence and the law. By the way, phenomenal outfit, Rich. My gosh, I couldn't pay attention to half your answer. I'm like, what a great combination of factors.
It's a beautiful
Did everybody see the tie matches the pocket square?
I call this outfit one of my favorite legal tactics: summary judgment.
Yeah, I'd vote for you. I don't even agree with your arguments. Okay. Barrett, question for you. I do voodoo one asks, okay, well, I do voodoo. Being as a huge of this case that is, if acquitted, will jurors be investigated for possible shenanigans?
Only if there is evidence to suggest so. Jurors, obviously, and this is an important part of our justice system, but jurors and what they do back in the jury room, it's supposed to remain private. It's supposed to be an area where they can speak their mind, they can engage in sort of the back and forth battles that everyone is supposed to engage in when they're serving on a jury. So there has to be some, real indicia of some kind of fraud, some kind of corruption, something going wrong for there to be an investigation. Otherwise, the jury's verdict stands and it's let to, what happens in the jury room stays in the jury room.
So it appears that the cross-examination of Ms. Bongolan has ended. This is how it ended. Westmoreland asks, Mr. Combs did not cause you the injuries in the photo you provided with metadata saying September 26, 2016. I can't agree with that, is the response from Ms. Bongolan. Westmoreland says, a person can't be in LA and New York at the same time. Bongolan responds, my answer is the same. No further questions. Redirect, the judge asks, and then there's a sidebar. Let me ask you a question here, Tyler. If the jury doesn't believe her, I've wondered this throughout the course of the case. If they don't believe the testimony of a Cassie or they don't believe the testimony of Brianna Bongolan, does that strike at the credibility of all of the accusers?
I don't think it strikes at the credibility of all the accusers. Some of them have different relationships with Mr. Combs than others, but I do think the defense is doing a good job trying to draw discrepancies versus the testimony that's been given on a direct examination and how they're pointing out deficiencies during cross, like being across the country in two different places at the same time. I think the defense the government's going to need to do some redirect here if they can to try to rehabilitate their witness. But you can't have witnesses who are getting tore up on cross-examination and expect that your case is still going to be considered solid when it goes back to the jury room. I think they need to try to revive these witnesses as much as they can. If not, you do run the risk of possibly things going the defense's way.
Got a question here. It's not even a question. It's more of a comment. They want my opinion. This is from at Tia215. Jesse, this whole situation is wild, don't you think? Look, yes, it is wild, but that's not the real legal question. I was asked this the other day. I think there's a couple parts to this, and Rich, I'll throw this to you. At the very least, the defense is not running away from him having freak-offs or wild king nights. That in and of itself is shocking, right? What was Sean Combs up to? A different side of him. When the 2016 video was released of him appearing to beat up Cassie Ventura, changed the whole narrative. Cassie came forward with her lawsuit in 2023, made wild allegations, but like with any lawsuit, you wonder, is this true? How's she going to back it up? Who knows? And then the tape came out, changed our whole understanding of it. It almost corroborated not just that one section of her complaint, it arguably corroborated maybe everything that she said. I think the jury is seeing a lot of evidence of violence of Sean Combs depicted not only in videos, but photographs and testimony, and the jury might accept that he's violent. I think their whole narrative regarding Sean Combs has changed. It is very wild, but what the defense is very keen on saying, this may be a different kind of sex life. He may be violent, domestic violence rampant in this country, but it doesn't necessarily make him a sex trafficker or the leader of a criminal enterprise. Do you think that's going to be tough for the defense?
Well, I think it's tough, but I think it's the right argument, and I think it's their only available argument. Look, the evidence is overwhelming that he commits acts of violence against women. Overwhelming. The drug use stuff is overwhelming. There's some other illegal activity. They can't quibble with that, or the jury will eat them alive, because if the jury thinks they're being fundamentally dishonest with the jury won't believe anything they have to say. So they had to concede that part. He does do things you're not going to like, and they have to accept that and move on. And because these charges are RICO charges and trafficking charges and prostitution charges, remember, we keep talking about this, they're not domestic violence charges. The defense can admit the domestic violence and still fight the charges. It's a smart strategy. It's the right strategy. I don't know if it'll work.
So, by the way, we have great questions coming in. I love our viewers. They have such good questions. I'm going to name a few in a minute, but just give everybody an update. So now the prosecution is redirecting. So they're now questioning once again Ms. Bongolan. The prosecutor asks, did you ever review the notes taken at your interviews? She responds, no. Did you give Cassie permission to put your name in her complaint? No. After she filed, I hit her up to tell her of mistakes. Tiffany wasn't there. Okay. This is a question I'm going to throw to you, Barrett. This is from Lisa5472. Can you ask the guest this question, please? How much do you think Diddy is running his trial? Do you think it can help or hurt his case if he pushes his opinion over theirs? I assume he means his attorneys.
That's a really good question. I do think a lot of people, when you're watching trials, especially when you're watching attorneys, they'll question attorney strategy. They'll say, why were they doing that? What could they possibly have been thinking in, doing this XYZ fill in the blank? A lot of times these are really client-driven decisions. And I think for a lot of particularly powerful defendants, they really are running the show. I think it is a foolish defendant that wants to run the show too much because obviously lawyers have done this more. They are a little bit more removed from the emotion of the situation and they can make better decisions. But a lot of what lawyers do is not necessarily because they think it's the best approach, but because they have to do things to please their clients. It's a reality of trials. I'm interested to hear what your defense attorney on the panel actually says about his experience with that. But at least from the prosecution side, we would see decisions and really wonder what was going on there. And ultimately, it came down to, this was client motivated.
Tyler, you want to jump in on that?
Yeah, I don't think that Diddy's running this trial. I think he tried to run a civil case. That's why he settled it so fast and for so much. And I think that he thought he could control the narrative, and then the backlash just got worse. And the lawyers that he has on his defense now are all very reputable lawyers who have reputations that precede themselves across this country. I don't think they would have gotten involved in this case just to be told exactly what to do. And I think that's evident in the way they've tried to defend this case. They have pushed the envelope some on striking the credibility of a lot of witnesses, but they haven't gone too far. I haven't seen something that was just overbearing where they should have just drew it back some. So that leads me to believe that Mr. Combs learned a lesson in thinking that money and the control that you had previously is not going to work here. And you have to play the game in the form that you're in, which is a federal RICO trial where your life is on the line.
And look, it's his decision if he wants to take the stand, despite the recommendation of his attorneys. And look, you wonder what his judgment is. It was, I guess, his decision. I can't imagine a lawyer telling me it was his decision, but his decision, it seems, to post a video on Instagram 2 days after CNN published the video of him appearing to beat up Cassie Ventura. And that seemed to me to forfeit any argument. The video was doctored, the video was altered, it's not me. He apologized, said it was him. And, I can't quite understand how he thought that was going to buy him some goodwill or, escape legal jeopardy. But speaking of which, Rich, we got this question in from Shai. How did CNN get the video, and can the defense sue? Now, as far as I know, I thought it was leaked, but we don't really know the circumstances of it. Maybe you know, but I think it's interesting because the other day, we heard testimony from Eddie Garcia, who was this hotel security employee, basically testified Sean Combs paid $100,000 to get that footage. So how did CNN get it, and can the defense sue?
I don't know how CNN got it, and whether anyone could be sued sort of depends on who they got it from. But I will say this, I don't think Sean Combs would have a basis to sue them. That is something he did in public in a hotel hallway that was captured on a hotel video camera. He had no right, he had no expectation of privacy in an act of violence he committed in a hotel hallway. It's not like someone stole video from his home, which he owned. This is video that a hotel owned, and I'm not sure Sean Combs would have any claim on that whatsoever.
Got an update from court. The prosecutor asked Ms. Bongolan, when you filed your lawsuit, was its report of the balcony the same or different from Cassie's? Different. Is what you said today your best recollection? Yes. The demand letters of your first lawyer, did you write them? No. Prosecutor asked, the demand letter that said Mr. Combs squeezed your breast so hard you had hard bruises. Had you said that? No, ma'am. Do you demonstrate with hand motions? Please do. She does. He started at my armpit. Were they on your breast? Yes. So I guess trying to clean up a little bit of whether there's inconsistencies in her statements and whether there were inconsistencies in her legal filings. Okay, Barrett, let me go to you. Olivera Nikolic asks, if all of his assistants knew what he was doing and kept being quiet, shouldn't they be prosecuted as well?
Yeah, that's a good question. And it's one that is in my mind a lot as I'm watching this trial. I mean, you hear and you see how many people knew about this violence and did nothing. It's really shocking how many people were witnesses to some of these really horrific attacks. So it is a good question. Why haven't prosecutors charged other people as being part of this enterprise? It's one I don't have a great answer for. My guess is they've made the strategic decision that they really want this trial to focus on Combs. If you had asked me a year ago why I thought that decision was, I might have said, well, I think they're probably going to have cooperating witnesses and maybe they've signed them up to cooperation agreements and that's why nobody else has been charged. We haven't seen that yet in the trial, so it seems like that wasn't the strategy.
Well, let me ask you this, Barrett. So a number of people have taken immunity deals, including assistants and even Bongolan. And I understand why. You know, you had the assistants who testified about cleaning up the hotel rooms. One was tasked with allegedly trying to cover up Cassie's bruises. Witnesses to abuse didn't report anything. Getting drugs. Bongolan talked about procuring drugs. And it seems to me that you need the assistants, you need the bodyguards, even though they haven't testified. You need the inner circle to testify, to fill in the pieces of racketeering, to fill in the pieces of conspiracy, to fill in the pieces of a criminal enterprise. I think if they had charged Sean Combs with 10 other people and them all pleading not guilty, I think that would have been a much tougher prosecution. Whereas here, since he's the only one charged, since he's the only defendant, I was never surprised that you were going to see multiple immunity deals being granted because you need a criminal conspiracy with somebody else. It seems to me, if their goal is to get him, then you need these people because I don't know how else you would prove that criminal agreement or criminal enterprise. I mean, you had the CFO testify that there was no criminal activity that benefited the Combs organizations or that he witnessed any criminal activity. So it's not like a classic, corrupt business that, it has the proceeds of money laundering or anything like that. It feels like you need the testimony of these people to prove the case.
Yeah, I agree. And there's, in federal prosecution, there's a couple ways you can do it. First of all, I absolutely agree. You need insiders with knowledge who've witnessed these things to prove that this was actually an enterprise. 100%. So there's two different ways that you can do this. Number one, as I was discussing, you can charge people, throw the book at them, and hope that some people choose to cooperate to get out from under the charges. So that's option A. We do that in a lot of traditional, organized crime cases, other RICO cases. The other option is what you've seen play out here. Perhaps prosecutors decided that there wasn't enough to criminally charge some of these assistants, or they didn't think that they deserved federal charges against them. And so then you can proceed by immunity, which basically ensures that they will testify. You subpoena them, they have to testify. Their only potential defense is a Fifth Amendment saying, I plead the Fifth, I can't testify, I would incriminate myself. And then an immunity deal cuts that down. So it's really a way to force the hand of people who might otherwise not want to testify. But yeah, those are really the only two options, but you absolutely need these witnesses to testify to get a sense of what this enterprise was.
We have an update from court. The prosecutor asked Ms. Bongolan, do you yourself know the exact date of the balcony incident? No. Why not? It was a while ago. Any doubt Mr. Combs held you off the balcony? No doubt. Nothing further. Recross? And then Miss Westmoreland says yes, so we'll see what that recross is. Tyler, do you think the prosecution did an effective job right now, based on my reading what the updates from court, rehabilitating her testimony, saying you might not know the exact date, but you said this happened to you. You can't account for what your attorney wrote. You yourself said there were problems in Cassie's account of this. Do you think they rehabilitated her?
I think they did a decent job rehabilitating her. And it really just comes down to already the credibility that she's established with the jury. Unfortunately, we're not in that room, so we can't really see facial expressions in that nonverbal communication that's going on right now. So I think they did a decent job, and I'm surprised that the defense wants to recross her, because I think that they really struck some good points on cross-examination. There's inconsistencies, dates are off. It seems like the government is saying that her civil lawyers are the ones who drafted the lawsuit, who drafted the demand letter, and either they exaggerated or they did not confirm the exact time, date, and place with their client at the time. And I think that point is enough. I'm pretty sure the prosecution is going to try to pick that apart more, and then hopefully they should call it a day, because the jury's seen enough, I believe, of this witness.
Tyler, let me give you a super chat question from Danny Montenegro. Danny, thank you so much for the super chat question. If P. Diddy is found innocent, can the government prosecute him for other crimes like domestic violence? And by the way, Danny is from Brazil, so we have viewers watching from all over the world. So if Diddy's found innocent, can the government prosecute him for other crimes like domestic violence?
Yeah, I don't think he can ever be found, just as a point, innocent. Maybe be found not guilty for these charges that he's been accused of. And I think there are some statute of limitations issues with some of the state level crimes that he's clearly committed on video. And you've heard throughout testimony of this entire case. So in theory, yes, if there could be some state level charges, maybe in Florida or other states for crimes that he committed that aren't federal in nature, they could bring those charges. He cannot be charged again for these same crimes due to double jeopardy. But if he's found not guilty, we'll see. I highly doubt that anybody would try to charge him again unless there's other evidence of crimes that we don't even know about today.
Let me just follow that up real quick with you here, Tyler. So putting aside any statute of limitations issues where they can't bring charges at the state level, I think that's one of the reasons why he couldn't be prosecuted for the 2016 hotel incident. If you're if you're federal prosecutors here, I would imagine, and you know what? I'm sorry, Tyler. Let me just throw this to Barrett one more time as the former prosecutor here. If you're the federal prosecutors and you're moving against a case against Sean Diddy Combs, you don't have federal charges that you're waiting for, right? They have moved forward with every charge that they can conceivably move against him at the federal level. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about why wasn't he hit with similar charges, to R. Kelly or Ghislaine Maxwell with respect to minors. Now, there's nothing in this criminal case regarding minors, but there were allegations regarding minors in civil suits. But the question is, I have to imagine the prosecutors looked at everything at a federal level and said, we're going to go right now. We're not, maybe down the road we could charge them with another kind of federal crime down the road. Right, Barrett?
Definitely not. This is their chance. They're going to bring the most serious charges they can. If there's something that they would, an ideal charge that they don't have the evidence for now, means they're not going to be able to bring it unless some sort of new evidence is discovered. But even then, I feel like it's very unlikely that they would ever bring additional charges. Now, state charges, it's a possibility. My guess is a lot of these things would be time barred, but that is something that could happen if he's acquitted on the federal charges.
Okay, so a couple of things here. First of all, they've gone to break. Okay, so we're going to wait to we're going to try to get Elizabeth Milner on as soon as possible, give us a breakdown about what she saw in the courtroom, give you a back and forth, and Rich, I'll go to you on this. This is how the cross-examination, the recross ended. Westmoreland asked Bongolan, you saw this as a chance to make $10 million, true? And Bongolan says, the judge would review. Westmoreland says, it means a lot to you to become a millionaire and soon, right? No, I'm here for justice. Westmoreland says, meaning money. Nothing further. The judge says, thank you, Ms. Bongolan. Is there an exhibit? Publish it. We object under Rule 106. And then there's a break. There'll be food in there. Okay. How do you think they did? What do you think they got? What do you think the jury's thinking after the cross-examination?
So the jury sits very close to the witness, right? The jury is, 6 to 12 feet away from the witness. The jury looks at the witness testify. Juries don't care so much, I think, if the precise memory is a little bit off. They understand someone might forget a date. They understand someone might forget a detail. But they look that witness in the eye. Do they or do they not believe she was dangled off a building by Sean Combs? And I can't answer that question because I didn't see the witness. The cross-examination points sound like good cross-examination points. The idea that she has a motive to lie, the idea that she exaggerated some civil claims, that all sounds like good. But fundamentally, when that jury looked at her, did they believe her story? That's the question.
Let me do a follow-up question to you. This is from Aaliyah Washington. Hey, Jesse, question, what is happening with the key witness, Jane? Any updates? Also, who are the next witnesses that are confirmed to testify next? The problem is the witness list is sealed, so we don't really know exactly who's testifying. We do know Jane's going to testify, and am I wrong in saying that she's arguably the second most important witness because she represents an independent charge of sex trafficking and helps to make up the racketeering case? I mean, what are you anticipating from Jane's testimony?
I think that is, I think she quite possibly is the second most important, because the question here is, you know, did this behavior extend beyond Cassie? Or was this just a very bad, very toxic relationship and there was some violence in it, and Sean Combs had people in his company cover for that, which doesn't really sound like a RICO violation, even if it sounds bad. So the other victims loom large in this trial to establish it was more widespread than that. And the people in his organization, like the idea that someone in his organization was aware of this person being held off the balcony or whatever she was held off of, that's important because it supports the notion that there's a whole RICO enterprise covering for his violent conduct.
I'm going to throw one more question to you. This is from Iron Galaxy Gamer. I think it's from them, or Christina Lester. Whoever it is, we appreciate the support. Do you think that Roger Mills' suit can be used as evidence, as he said he was jumped by Diddy's entourage? Now, if you don't know who Roger Mills is, I had to look it up myself. So this was back in March of 2001. This local TV host accused Combs of assault, false imprisonment, destruction of property, intentional infliction of emotional distress, civil conspiracy. Said that Combs' entourage, beat him up, destroyed his camera. Combs' spokesperson at the time says, as we have yet to be served with this complaint, we're unable to comment on specific allegations. However, any claim that Mr. Combs participated in any wrongdoing is totally false. And ultimately, I think it went to a trial and a jury found in favor of Combs in 2004. I don't think that's making its way here.
No, I think it's too attenuated. It's an earlier time period, and it's, I mean, I don't want to diminish it, but it's kind of a simple assault and battery case, which is different from the kind of domestic violence, sex trafficking, and prostitution that really forms the basis of the RICO predicates here.
By the way, that was a question from Christina Lester, but was actually boosted by Iron Galaxy Gamer. So thank you both so much for that. Really appreciate it. Okay, here's a question for you, Barrett. This is from anyone there. Yeah, we're here. We're here for you. We're answering these questions. Anyone there. Is there a limit on how many witnesses are able to receive immunity?
Nope. No limit. You do have to get approval from Main Justice to give a witness immunity. It's something that usually is done, it's anticipated before a witness testifies, but I had cases as a federal prosecutor where a witness was called and then they are refusing to testify, and so we had to immunize them that day. So it is something that can be done pretty quickly, but the short answer is absolutely not.
Got a question.
I'll just amend, if I just add one other thing on there.
Of course.
It is a bad look to some extent to have, immunized 30 witnesses and then have the one guy sitting in the defendant's chair, right? It perhaps lets the jury question, is this really just a grudge match against the defendant? You're immunizing everybody else, but going after this one guy. So I think you do have to be somewhat strategic about how you're doing it. So there's no legal limit to the amount of immunity you can offer, but there may be a strategic limit to it.
It's a good point. It's a good point. You always wonder because a lot of them are asked about the immunity deals that they took. Here's a question for you, Tyler. I'm very confident the answer is no, but I'll allow you to, but for a practical reason. This is from Teresa Worth. Can the prosecution bring Cassie back on the stand?
No, I don't see any reason the court would allow Cassie or Ms. Ventura to come back to the stand. I mean, early on, maybe there's something that comes out later on that justifies it, and they have to get granted that right by the court. But I don't see any reason for Ms. Ventura coming back on the stand. Maybe earlier, if there's some issue with her pregnancy and her needing to quickly wrap up her testimony, and then something really just outlandish comes out when the defense brings their case in chief, and for some reason, the prosecution thinks it's necessary to call her as a rebuttal witness to something the defense brought up. But I don't see really any opportunity for Ms. Ventura being called back to the stand by the prosecution.
I mean, she gave birth in like week 3 or week 2. She gave birth right after she testified. The judge was very keen on making sure she was in and off that stand immediately. They made sure that she wouldn't be able to be brought back. So again, we're waiting for Elizabeth to come out. We'll have to hit a break when that happens. I'm getting word. Do we have to hit a break now? Okay. All right, guests, all-star panel, stay with us. Everybody, just keep your questions coming. If you have any questions for Elizabeth, by the way, shoot them over to me. I'll ask her right now. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Elizabeth Milner, our in-court reporter, is going to be with us. Our eyes and ears. Stay with us. Okay, welcome back, everybody. So as I promised, we're going to have Elizabeth Milner on now, our in-court reporter for all aspects of the Diddy trial. She's there. She's been there every single day, including the testimony today of Brianna Bangolin, the cross-examination, I should say. Elizabeth, it's good to see you. She was really, really heavily cross-examined today. I mean, they were striking at different aspects of her credibility. And, you know, I asked our viewers if they have any questions for you. So as you talk about the highlights of Brianna Bangolin's cross-examination, we have a question from I Do Voodoo 1. Did Brianna seem frazzled by the defense questioning, or did she keep it together?
Yeah, from my perspective, I felt like she kept it together as best as she could. She didn't seem frazzled. She didn't get combative with Nicole Westmoreland during the cross-examination. She really just, for the most part, if she didn't remember something, she said, I don't remember, even if it was something that happened relatively soon as far as the date goes, or when it had happened back in 2016. And it felt like the focus of the cross-examination for the most part, I'm sure you've already been discussing it, Jesse, it's just what she recalled and when she recalled it, specifically whether or not these injuries occurred and did they occur because of Sean Combs. And I think some of the big stuff that Nicole Westmoreland was really going over during the cross-exam was, for example, showing her photos about her sending a picture which looked like drugs. It had pills, there was crystallized substance in these exhibit photos. And Nicole Westmoreland was like, oh, so things were just business as usual just after this incident occurred. But I think the big kind of gotcha moment in a way was just that the defense brought up Diddy's hotel receipts, and specifically receipts from when he had checked into the Trump Hotel September 24th through September 29th of 2016, because Brianna, while on the stand, or Bonna, while she was on the stand, was saying that she believed that this date, or the date of the incident, had occurred in late September, specifically September 25th or September 26th. But as the defense pointed out towards the end of their cross-examination, Sean Combs and even Cassie in some aspects were over here in New York and even in New Jersey. So they brought up the Trump Hotel, it was like a check-in document or a receipt, but the receipt was for Frank Black, and you saw the arrival date from September 24th of 2016 to November 29th of 2016, and then the various charges to that respective room as far as breakfast bills, which went from $344 to $1031. $107.84. So it really felt like they were showing just kind of that final receipt of being like, okay, you said that this happened on this date, but it shows that according to this receipt that Frank Black, aka Puffy, aka Diddy, aka Sean Combs, and even Cassandra Ventura, aka Cassie, were here in this area, here in New York, here over in Jersey doing events. And so they try to kind of bring it back under the redirect, but I kind of feel like and kind of have a sense that the damage might have already been done.
You know, we have a question here from Danny, and this is one of the reasons I love having you on, Elizabeth, is there's only so much we can get from the transcript and the reporting. Danny asks, is it true that during some of Brianna's testimony she was laughing on the stand?
No, not at all. Like, not from everything that I've been hearing did I hear any type of laughter. So no, that is not true, unfortunately.
All right,
or not unfortunately, but it's not true.
What about this? This is a question from Candela. How are the jurors coming along? Are they as invested as the first testimonies, or does the repetitive nature of hearing these allegations seemingly getting to them? They must be tired, I would assume.
Yeah. Well, you know, from what I could see of them, I did see one juror kind of in the front row, kind of doing that tennis match look where she was looking at Nicole Westmoreland, and just kind of her direct line of questioning, because she is super direct when she asks the question. So did you say that this happened? True, yes or no? So I saw this juror look at Nicole Westmoreland and look at Bonna for a reaction. I saw, from what I could see over in the gallery, some jurors still jotting down notes, but I also, to that point, wondered, are they kind of tired of the repetitiveness? Because it wasn't until the end of her cross-examination that we really kind of got to the point of where they were trying to go with this. So I was wondering, Nicole Westmoreland said it would take maybe 30 to 45 minutes for her to finish her cross-examination, but I was wondering, did we need the first 15 or 20 minutes of that cross-exam today? But we did, and we got through it, and now Bonna is off the witness stand.
I have maybe the most important comment yet. This is from Enlin DK for you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, what's the skincare? Because damn. The people love you, Elizabeth. Everybody loves you. I know you needed that. There you go. They love you. They love you.
Thank
so
you.
let me ask you this. So seriously, what is the skincare? No, I will ask that at a separate time. All right, I have to ask you an important question here. That's a good question, but more on point. We've been asked a lot whether or not Sean Combs is participating in his defense. If you see him talking to his attorneys, passing notes, telling them what to ask. Are you seeing any of that?
Oh, absolutely. Every single day. And, you know, I have this kind of phrase to myself where it feels like Sean Combs, aka Diddy, is really kind of quarterbacking his own defense team. It seems like from what I can see of him, he's always jotting down notes. He's always paying close attention to the exhibits, but also what the witnesses are saying. So, for example, when Bonna was on the stand and Bonna was asked under cross-examination whether or not she worked on the Bad Boy reunion tour, I saw Diddy just nodding his head along while Nicole Westmoreland was asking this line of questioning. So I don't know if that was just kind of a candid moment that he was having, but there are times where I see him, one, actively participating in his defense, but also kind of answering the questions that the defense attorney is asking, but to the witness and not himself. And so he is an active participant in his defense. There is no passiveness with him being on that defense table, not one bit.
Got another question for you. This is from ATX Stanley. First of all, they go, nice haircut, Jesse. Well, thank you. Nobody asked about my skincare, but thank you. I appreciate it. In the courtroom, Elizabeth, has Diddy's family continued to show up daily, or has his courtroom support varied as time has progressed?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it kind of has varied. You know, there were times, especially at the beginning of the trial, where all of his children, with the exception of baby Love, were inside that courtroom. Then that kind of dwindled a little bit. We haven't seen his daughter since week 1 of trial. As far as his son goes, that's kind of dwindled here and there, too. For example, last week we saw Quincy, Justin, and Christian Combs all inside that courtroom. But as far as today goes, it's a different kind of lineup. Justin Combs is inside that courtroom. His mother, Janice Combs, has been inside that courtroom for most of the duration of trial so far. Haven't seen his sister Keisha since last week, but his kind of one of his biggest supporters, Char Lucci, who's also a producer, but one of Diddy's very close friends from childhood, he's been inside that courtroom every single day of trial, and he was also one who had often attended the pre-trial hearings. I think notably kind of a person who I think is pretty interesting that's been showing up to court this week in particular has been Dana Tran, and that is the mother of Diddy's youngest daughter, and that is baby Love, who is I think maybe 2 or 3 years old, but she's been appearing in court today. So as far as everyone together, it's like Diddy's PR, his mom Janice, Dana Tran, Char Lucci, and Justin Combs, all there to kind of support Diddy over on the defense side.
Elizabeth, something just happened in court a few minutes ago, and I want your perspective if you've seen this. So Judge Arun Subramanian said to Mark Agnifilo, one of Sean Combs' defense counsel's defense attorneys, Mr. Agnifilo, your client was looking at jurors and nodding vigorously. This can't continue, or I will give a limiting instruction you won't like, or other measures, including barring your client from the courtroom. Do you understand? And Agnifilo responds, yes. Did you see this?
So I will say that once they kind of got into those arguments, I just went kind of to the door. But I'm surprised that the judge kind of has been noticing this too, because that is one thing that I've been noticing whenever the jury comes into the courtroom, and even when they exit the courtroom, is that Diddy is kind of looking at them. He is looking at them and nodding his head at them. And I think in some respects too, while he's at the defense table and there's a question or an answer that the witness gives, he's shaking his head, he's nodding his head. He is giving kind of visible reactions to things he doesn't like that are being said on the witness stand. And so I'm surprised that the judge kind of brought the hammer down, but I think it was only a matter of time before he was going to say something about this.
Have another question from you, Elizabeth. This is from RSS. Reporters and press have noted strange interactions. Reporters and press have noted strange interactions outside of the trial. Has Elizabeth faced any such strange encounters? And then it gets cut off. I mean, I don't know if anybody's been watching Sidebar. Sometimes people yell things, but have you noticed anything like this?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, there's been a lot of just interest, and I think just the volume of people here who are here every single day. There are some interesting encounters that you have. For example, today, one of the people who sits in line overnight was allegedly hit in the head with a hammer by none other than the MTA lady. And so there are some people who just try to either cut the line to get into the courtroom. There have been kind of, I wouldn't say verbal spats, because then that would imply that it was super aggressive, but there's been kind of just a little bit of, I would say, kind of a little bit of aggressiveness as far as just some people who either will cut in line, or some people who just want so much access to the trial that it kind of is upsetting people who have been standing in line for hours on end.
Aside from this is a case that raises a lot of emotions. People have taken certain sides in it. I saw it personally when I was covering Johnny Depp, Amber Heard. It's one of the cases people are really, really invested in. Let me ask you this, Elizabeth. This happened at the beginning of the day. There was a whole back and forth about the press in court, about whether or not the press are following court orders. What was that all about? Can you provide a little bit more illumination on the press being, there was a constitutional issue in terms, what was going on there?
Yeah. It had to do with the exhibits that Jane will be testifying to when she takes the stand next, which is very soon. So they had to do with the Jane exhibits. The press, for the most part, was concerned about not getting these exhibits because, again, for our viewers who don't know, we unfortunately are not going to be able to see the exhibits, such as photographs, such as text message exhibits, in the fashion that we normally do. Why? Because the government says there's so much redaction that needs to be done. So in these text messages, they kind of show Jane's personal information as far as concerning her family members, and as far as concerning what could be identifiable information that could possibly help release her name out into the public. And they definitely don't want that, especially after what had happened to Mia. And so the government was saying that they can release the photos and the videos that don't depict Jane, and they can easily be released, possibly even the same day. But as far as her text and those photos that do show her face, do show identifiable features, those will take a little bit more, or take a little bit longer of a time to just redact those. And so the media organization kind of legal representative was saying that the government should have redacted these exhibits before she had testified, or before she testifies today. The media organization also saying that the press has a right and needs to see these exhibits, and delayed access is not effective access. And so what the judge ended up ruling is that he did end up siding with the government in this part, and that the media application to see these exhibits, even if it was just certain members of the press to see these exhibits, that application was denied.
I get it. I completely understand. This is one of those cases, there is an extra sensitivity. I mean, you are having witnesses who are even testifying under pseudonyms. It's, even when we show the clip, the B-roll, the courtroom sketches, we're blocking out the face. You're blocking out the face of Mia, so it's a problem. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for the great reporting. I know you have to jump back inside. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you on Sidebar later today as we do a full court recap.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right. So I'm back here with Barrett Berger, Tyler Bailey, Rich Schoenstein. Tyler, I'll start with you. Combs allegedly signaling to the jury, nodding to the jury. Why is that such a no-no?
You can't do anything as a defendant that could be showing like you're trying to influence the jury, intimidate the jury, draw empathy from the jury. Defense lawyers, we always tell our clients to not be fazed, whether it's good testimony that's coming out or bad testimony that's coming out. We also hear that the judge said that he seems to be nodding his head pretty vigorously at witnesses when they're saying certain things. That could be interpreted different ways. It could be that he's in agreement, or that he's trying to possibly intimidate these witnesses, nodding his head as if, okay, we'll see about that. Because he's in jail, but he still has connections. He's a known figure. If he is this big, powerful person that the government is making him out to be, him intimidating witnesses could go a long way and influence future testimony that's going to be elicited in this trial.
So we're going to take your questions, your continued questions for the next 25 minutes or so. So get them in. We'll try to answer as best as we can. We also have a poll up. So Rich, listen to this. The poll we had up was, do you think Diddy and his team should sue CNN for the 2016 hotel video leak? 80% say no, 19% say yes. What do you think about that?
Well, I'm with the 80%, but mostly because it would be a fruitless endeavor to try to sue CNN for that. I don't see any basis for it.
Well, actually, we have a question that just kind of jumped on that. This is from Illy Gazarian, can Diddy also sue the hotel for providing the video to CNN, assuming that's what happened, since they told him there's no copies? Can he sue the hotel or the staff?
Well, that's an interesting question, right? So he bribes the hotel to buy the video. Can he then sue the hotel because they kept a copy? I mean, he didn't really pay the hotel for the video, right? He paid a guy at the hotel.
That split it with two others.
Right, to surreptitiously get the video to him. So I don't know how he could sue the hotel. I guess he could sue the guy, but I don't know. I don't think that's going anywhere.
Well, couldn't you sue the hotel and be like, you know, this is who you employ? How dare you employ people that I couldn't properly bribe?
Right. Why can't I beat up my girlfriend in your hallway in private?
And pay it off the right way. I mean, we're making light of it. It's a serious argument, but I hear what you're saying. Okay, Barrett, I want to go to you. This is from Fet Leon. Could it be tactics from the prosecution to bring in anonymous witnesses to emphasize how much of an impact the treatment by Diddy had on them? That's an interesting question, because the jury seems to be they're testifying under a pseudonym, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question, but the short answer is no, it's not. And I know that because it's a really high bar to be able to get a witness to testify under a pseudonym. So in federal court, and actually in all courts in our country, there is a presumption that the courts will be open, that the public has a right to see what happens in a public trial. So anytime you want to take a measure to sort of limit the public's access to any portion of a trial, there's a pretty high bar for that. So if you want to close the courtroom for certain motions, you have to satisfy certain, legal thresholds. Same with getting a witness to testify under a pseudonym. It's not something that's granted easily, and it's not something that's granted often. So no, I don't think it is something that the prosecutors are doing at a whim. My guess is if they have been able to convince the judge that this is appropriate, then there is evidence that there is some sort of a real threat.
Barrett, I'm going to throw another question to you as well. This is from RSS. Is barring a defendant a measure a judge has ever taken in a federal case? So as we were talking about Judge Subramanian potentially barring Combs from the courtroom if he's signaling to the jury, nodding to the jury. Has it ever been done before?
Yes. That is not something that's done frequently, but it definitely happens. You have defendants that act out in court. You have some defendants that, what seems like what Combs is doing is, potentially, could be interpreted as signaling to a jury. But I've seen defendants just have, tantrums essentially in the courtroom, right? Screaming, yelling, acting disrespectfully, and judges will take them out. It's not usual that they keep them out for the entire trial, but you do have circumstances where, a defendant has to be excused to cool down because they get too heated or they start yelling at a witness or things like that. So no, it doesn't happen every day, but it's not something that is totally unheard of.
Tyler, I'm going to throw two questions to you because they're very similar. This is from Alexandra McDonald. Jesse, being that the prosecution's case is not a clean-cut case, do you or anyone feel like this case can end up being a mistrial? And then the question from Stephen Clark is, forgot to ask last week when you discussed mistrials, could the prosecution's case be in danger if we're 7 weeks in and the juror is replaced? Would a new juror cause a mistrial by not having all the details?
No, so there's alternate jurors who are there hearing the testimony. As of right now, they may not vote, but if something happens and the alternate has to step in, you don't have to recreate the whole trial. So the first question, no, that's what they have alternate jurors there who are there for. But also, it's been 7 weeks, or it's a 7-week trial, and there's always a risk of a mistrial. But I still don't believe the government's case is terrible. I think they've been putting compelling witnesses on the stand. I think the defense is doing what they can to score points on cross-examination when they have a case to do so. But we're still early enough that the defense has not put up their case in chief. A mistrial is always possible. The defense would love to get a mistrial because this is a expensive prosecution for the government. And if there was a mistrial declared, we don't know if there would be a new trial of Mr. Combs for these cases and charges that he's been accused of.
Barrett, I want to throw another question to you. This is a super chat question from Iron Galaxy Gamer. Another one. Really, really appreciate your support. Thank you so much. This is for you, Barrett. Do you think it's possible more crucial evidence from Diddy's other homes that we haven't seen is intentionally being held to try a slam dunk later?
So I think the general trajectory of a trial is you want to start strong and finish strong. Prosecutors tend to call their most compelling witnesses or put their strongest evidence forth right in the beginning of the trial and then right at the end, right? That's sort of the primacy of when jurors are able to retain this information. You kind of bury some of the slower stuff in the middle. So is it possible that there is, amazing evidence that going to be put into the case at the end? Absolutely. That happens. It would be surprising to me if there's, huge things that we haven't learned about, only because there have been a lot of motion practice in this case. So much of what has come out in the trial has already been a little bit previewed for the public. But yeah, it's possible.
Rich, I'm going to go to you for this question because I have to tell you, I think one of the reasons people are fascinated by this case, given the fact that we're talking about Sean Combs, but the question becomes, what's going to happen in this trial? Who's going to testify? How much of the allegations from all of the civil complaints going to come in? How big is this case going to get, particularly since we don't know really the witness list? This is from Sally McGeough. Will the Jane Doe who filed a lawsuit about being violated with the IUD and remote testify? By the way, she's talking about Ashley Parham. Wouldn't her testimony go a long way improving RICO, as she says, KK, Christina Coram, Sean Combs' purported former chief of staff, as she says KK was present? I reckon it would. It goes to a larger question. I mean, whether or not Ashley Parham would testify, whether or not other alleged victims in all these civil suits would testify. What do you think?
Well, I think the government, again, wants other victims because you don't want this just to be a situation that was between Combs and Cassie. That seems more like a domestic dispute. You want to show a broader pattern of violence. So the government wanted to bring in multiple victims. Now, I thought they were bringing in 3 victims. I don't know if they can add on more at this point. And they have to...
Well, wait a second. They can call alleged victims like Jane Doe and Cassie, but Brianna Bengolan, Capricorn Clark, you could say they're almost victims too.
Yeah, they are victims, but not to the same extent, not necessarily of the same nature. But I do think it would help. And I do think, one of the parts of that question was the fact that it was known to KK, right? Tying it back to his people, his business, the alleged RICO enterprise, that's really important. He's a violent guy who gets in these scrapes, and that's one thing, but the fact that he has his whole business covering for him, that's more what the case is about.
Got a super chat question for you, Tyler. This is from Christina Lester. Thank you so much, Christina. Could it be a case of too many cooks in the kitchen with such a deep bench of attorneys, meaning defense attorneys, or is it simply the strongest defense? Because, Sean Combs has quite a few defense attorneys.
You need a lot of defense attorneys in a case like this. You have different victims who are testifying, different personalities of defense lawyers. You got a lot of documents to crawl through, text messages, a lot of just information that's out there. So you need more than one person running the show. And there probably are a team of lawyers that we don't even see who are helping out in this case at these lawyers' offices, going through some discovery and other information. And you don't want, sometimes you don't want to mail a defense lawyer cross-examining a woman who's a victim. So he needs a big defense lawyer, defense team, but I'm pretty sure there's one person who is the head honcho running the defense.
Barrett from Shanessa's room. If for some reason Diddy is acquitted, but is later found out to have intimidated or tampered with the jury, what would be the repercussions? Could he be retried?
So he can certainly be tried on obstruction charges if there's evidence that comes up that he tampered with evidence or with a juror or with a witness. He can absolutely face very serious federal charges for those. He will not be retried on these current charges, but he could face obstruction or witness intimidation charges.
I have a question here for you, Rich. This is from Top Gunna Boy. Mark Agnifalo's Puffy's lawyer said he can't stop him from taking the stand. Does he still stand by that statement?
Well, I think he stands by that statement because that statement is accurate. It is, at the end of the day, the decision of the client, of the defendant, whether or not to take the stand. And as a lawyer, all you can do is advise your client on whether or not you think they should take the stand. Most most clients do not act contrary to the decision of their lawyers if their lawyers don't think he should take the stand. And I just can't imagine Sean Combs taking the stand in this case. I'd be very surprised.
Barrett, let me go back to you. A question about prosecution here. Again, goes to the idea of how specific they were and what allegations they wanted to include in this criminal case and how far back. Erica Charlotte says, Jesse, why can't the prosecution use Puff's attack on Steve Stout as evidence of his racketeering? And we remember this was all the way back in the day. The allegation was this record producer, Steve Stout, had claimed that Combs, his bodyguards, beat him up with a champagne bottle, a telephone, a chair. He could have faced years in prison if he was convicted of this. But actually, Stout had asked the Manhattan DA's office to drop the charges. Combs had publicly apologized. So why not include something like that? Why not include older allegations if they exist of Sean Combs?
So there's nothing to prevent the prosecution from including older allegations in a RICO charge. That's one of the great parts about using the RICO statute is you're able to include acts that might otherwise be time barred. So there's nothing based on the statute that would preclude them. My guess is, it's one of two things. One, they didn't have the evidence. Maybe that's because witnesses didn't want to testify or they didn't have physical evidence to back up some of these allegations. So they didn't think they could actually prove these allegations beyond a reasonable doubt, or they didn't feel like it fit within the means and methods of the enterprise as they've alleged it in the indictment. So,
right.
This was an indictment that's really more focused on sort of the sex trafficking, violence against women aspect of what Combs was doing. So maybe they thought it was just too far afield from the allegations that they had brought.
These are great questions. I love all of these questions. Having said that, this next question, Tyler, is a really good one. This is from ATX Stanley, okay? What is the defense's case in chief going to be about? Just a bunch of character witnesses? And who would even testify? What a great question that is.
That's a real great question. And I've been thinking about that this whole trial because they've already, in their opening, have pretty much admitted that Mr. Combs is a bad guy, that he's done things that no human being should do and treat women, and he's owned up to that. So here, unless they're able to possibly attack certain things like the arson that he's been accused of committing, the circumstantial evidence that's out there on him, I think the defense's case in chief could focus on that. And also, the defense does not have to put up a single witness or any evidence in the case in chief. They could always decline to present a case. But we'll see. I think the best bet will be using that time to attack weakness in any circumstantial evidence that the government's relying on.
They got a poll up here, Rich. Do you think Diddy's confidence is affected by his family's absence in court? 53% say no, 46% say yes. This isn't a question that just came in too. This is from Robert Clinton. Does the video from the hotel incident make it impossible for the defense to make the jury believe that the witnesses' testimonies are fabricated enough for reasonable doubt?
So you could watch the video and believe those events took place and still not believe some portions of the witness's testimony. And that single act of violence is not enough to establish RICO. It's not enough to establish trafficking. It's not enough to establish prostitution. That is, as the defense is saying, a horrific act of violence that is not really charged individually in the case. It is only a component of the other charges. So there is, in theory, plenty of room for the jury to still disbelieve witnesses and/or to find reasonable doubt as to the charges in this prosecution.
Barrett, a question just came in that we get a lot, and I don't have the exact answer, so I'm happy to have you with your expertise answer this one. This is from Christina Lester. Will Diddy remain at the MCC if found guilty? I think they mean the MDC. The MCC is not in function anymore. By the way, that's where Jeffrey Epstein died. But MDC. Will he remain at the MDC if he's found guilty?
No, he'll be designated to a federal prison. So the MDC is essentially a holding facility for people that are awaiting trial. There's some people, if they have a very short sentence, that will ultimately serve their sentence out there. But if he is convicted, he's going to be facing a pretty significant sentence, and he'll be designated and serve his sentence out in one of those federal facilities.
Barrett, let me give you another question. This is from Nest Dog. It's a super chat question, so thank you so much, Nest Dog. If Christina Coram was named a co-conspirator, can the Fed still have her flip and have her testify against Diddy?
Yes. So if she had been somebody that the federal prosecutors thought that there was sufficient evidence to charge, the way that they would have done it is bring charges against her, either by indicting her or by complaint, and then offer her the opportunity to cooperate. Now, it's no small feat to get a cooperation agreement in the Southern District of New York. It's a pretty arduous process. You have to meet with prosecutors. You have to tell them everything you know about every aspect of criminal activity, not only your own, but other people's. So she would have had to give a full debrief of everything she knew about Diddy's criminal activities, not just the ones that they had already charged or that they already knew about, but everything, as well as her own. So it's a pretty steep uphill battle, but defendants that do cooperate are usually, they receive a pretty significant benefit at the time of sentencing.
Tyler Bailey got another question that keeps coming up, this one from Allison Jones. If guilty and imprisoned for decades, what's going to happen to his assets?
Well, he'll probably lose a lot of his assets. They're going to be due to asset forfeiture laws. But of course, he'll still retain some. You'll have his music royalties that are always going to be there. I'm pretty sure he has other assets that weren't involved or used in furtherance of a crime. So I think he'll remain a rich man until he leaves this earth.
Okay, so we have to wrap things up. And because we have to wrap things up, I want to do one final analysis question. By the way, we put up a poll. We're nearing, it's like the poll kind of predicted exactly what I was going to ask you guys. I didn't see this poll until I came up with this question, but we're nearing the end of week 4. Do you think the state has proved enough to convict Diddy? 72% say yes. 27% say no. Rich, the question I was going to say at this point, where are we in the trial? Do you agree with that? 72% say they think the state has proved enough to convict Diddy. I guess the question is of what? Right,
well, the way I think about this question is, have they proven enough to get all of the charges to the jury? Remember, at the end of the case, the defense will move for a directed verdict. The defense will say there's not sufficient evidence of this and that and the other thing. I think that motion usually has no chance. It has no chance here. The prosecution has put forward enough evidence to prove the elements of the various crimes that are charged. They will get that to a jury, and what the Diddy defense team has to hope for is to convince that jury that the wrong crimes are charged in this case, that the crimes charged in this case are not really tied to the evidence, or alternatively, keep in mind, 12 jurors. You need 12 out of 12, so the defense's secondary hope is just get me one. Just get me one juror who says this doesn't add up to the crimes alleged, and that would preclude a conviction.
Barrett Berger, your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I think they are very clearly already satisfied the legal elements that they need to prove in order to get a conviction here. I think they've proven sex trafficking, they've proven the prostitution, and I think they are really there on the RICO enterprise as well. So it all comes down to jurors. They are impossible to predict. I will say in my experience, jurors don't like letting people escape accountability if they feel like they're bad people. So even if the defense hangs their hat on, yes, he's an abuser, yes, he's a violent man, but he's not a racketeer, I don't think that's going to have a huge likelihood of success, because jurors want to see people that do bad things held to account.
That video is so problematic because of that. Okay, but Tyler, I'll give you the final word here about it, because the defense, I don't know. They've been raising a lot of good points on cross-examining these witnesses. You heard the back and forth with Miss Bungolan, regarding inconsistencies in her account. You heard financial motivations for certain witnesses, text messages where they're showing glowing support for Sean Combs after what he allegedly did to them. Bungolan testified earlier, was confronted by a text message where she was allegedly wanted to buy Sean Combs a sweatshirt 2 weeks after he dangled it off her balcony. Cassie's text about maybe encouraging or facilitating freak-offs. You think the defense has done enough to raise reasonable doubt?
Yeah, for the sake of sport, I'm going to take the contrary position than my colleagues here and say that anything is possible. Mr. Combs spent a lot of money on these defense lawyers, and they have done a good job on cross-examination showing that there are some deficiencies in the government's case. They try to point out the inconsistencies regarding the relationships that these witnesses have had with Mr. Combs. 1 minute, Mr. Combs is raping them. The other minute, they're buying Christmas gifts and clothes and talking about taking vacations. So this jury base does lean male. That's not saying that it leans towards acquitting Mr. Combs, but if they seem to believe that this is a case where the government is overcharging, they have a RICO case with one man at the top and there's no other people who are charged, and the defense has done a good enough job in showing reasonable doubt, maybe he gets acquitted. But truthfully, I see no way he's getting acquitted. So for the sake of sports, he's going down.
All right. Well, you all agree. Barrett Berger, Tyler Bailey, Rich Schoenstein, thank you all so much for coming on. All-star panel. Really, really appreciate your insight and staying with me as we go through the questions, and what fantastic questions we have from our viewers who are fantastic. And I want to let everybody know, so we are planning on doing all of these lunchtime shows every day of this trial. We want to try to bring you as much as we can, particularly since there's no cameras or audio equipment allowed. But I also want to let you know, for sidebar purposes, so later on we have an episode, as I mentioned, coming out about immunity. So all the people who have apparently taken immunity, what does immunity mean? What does it mean about the case? Why did they need immunity? And we're also going to be doing a full day recap of what happened in court today with Elizabeth Milner. That's coming out later today. You can check it out on Law&Crime's YouTube page. But thank you so much, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll catch you next time.
to the